Glizzies. I can tell you the reason I was muted is because yeah, is that poop? The reason I was muted is because apparently my mouse grabbed. There we go. We simply can't leave till we get some more wood. There we go. It works. Yippee! Oh my god, hi. Thanks, Saru, for the glizzies. And thanks, Noodle, for telling me I was muted. So this wasn't a traditional mute. At some point, while I was clicking around, my mouse caught the slider for my mic and my mic volume and pulled it all the way down. So I had the mic unmuted, but the volume was set to negative 60 decibels. Yippee! Bedge? Are you going to bed now? Oh, just hit my camera. That's not good. Night, Noodle. You caught a tuna, though. I already unmuted. Nice try, monkey. I'm looking at my mixer now. I can see exactly what's going on there. I love the peaches thing. What does that heal? 10 HP? Ah, I see what you did there. Anyway, what I was talking about before I was kindly reminded that no one could hear me was I was you hit. Wow, okay. So a rare one would be what? 12? 12 HP? Nah, this is RuneScape we're talking about. A rare one would be 11. Yeah, god damn it, brain cell. God damn it. But I saw something on Twitter today, and it was one of those, and tell me if you've seen these, where it's like, oh man, you're in a survival situation, but here's how you easily survive this terrible situation. Have 80 pounds of expensive tools on you. Then it's easy. Here's how to start a fire in the rain. Have literally magnesium strips and a starter. Oh, thanks. Thanks for that. I thought you might mean in a situation where I don't have accelerants. Yeah, the wilderness survival videos. It's easy, bro. Just have 200 pounds of dimensional lumber and you're fine. Like, people got onto Bear Grylls and shit all the time, and yeah, those were staged, like, obviously, of course they were. It's television. But you can't sit there and tell me he's like, yeah, just have 80 pounds of gear on you. Because he didn't do that. I think he always assumed you had a knife, though. You should probably always have a knife. I do. But, like, once that goes dull, like none of these are ever very long term either. It's like, oh, just have a razor sharp knife on you. Okay, and after I go through a few logs of Tinder, making Tinder because it's not around, what happens after that? What happens when I can't sharpen it no more? Just drag a whetstone with you. Oh, of course. And the stone, it's an oil stone, so I have to drag that with me too. Hey, Kaviri, thanks for the raid. What's going on? I can do the shout out thing now. I'm always scared I'm going to put the underscore in the wrong place. Welcome in, Raiders. It's Seagull mode today. Thanks for the sub, Kaviri. 8-month streak. You almost have your sub, baby. And I have to get rid of the defaults. The default. God. The default Twitch notifications are... They're not good. They're not good. But we have a new redeem. All right. I've had the day off, and that has been fantastic. It has been a hell of a week. And I really needed it. I was burning the candle at both ends there, which was weird because I was getting to bed on time. But I was feeling super run down yesterday. Super run down. But I've been having a good day today. The fireworks came in. We got some new fireworks. Might have to get more. Yeah, I've got plenty. I've got plenty. I've got plenty of fireworks. I promise. I don't need any more. I can stop whenever I want to. Thanks for your wood, Saru. I hope y'all have fun with that, because I am currently having fun with that. Would you look at that? Bro, we used to have a custom, like, kitchen cabinetry and other sort of custom carpentry kind of job store, and it was called Would You. It was spelled just like that. It even had that's how they spelled you. That's how they spelled you. Would you? Would. God, fucking Ale got that fucking repo meme stuck in my head all day. All day. The intrusive thoughts. Ugh. It's the I love one, in case you didn't know. All right, let's get this shit on the road. So my plans for today, because I'm not sure how long I'm going to have power. I could have power for, that could be uninterrupted. I might lose power in 30 minutes. I might lose power in 2 hours. I don't know. So it might be a little touch and go today. I'm going to try to stay on topic, get through the subjects, and then, if I'm still online after that, we can do some games or something. Maybe Turok 2, since Nero's never going to play it. Sag. I love that, by the way, when the streamer's like, hey, chat, tell me what to do. And then chat's like, okay, do this. And they're like, no. They're just like, no. Very, very wife-coded. Make my decisions for me. Okay, I don't like that one. Well, thanks. Let me hide this one. So, our topics today, I want to yap a bit about audio pipeline issues. For those of you who weren't following that saga. This is why, like, roles in movies are very, very specific. Like, you have all sorts of grips for doing rigging and stuff. And you have audio engineers, and all they do is audio because it's fucked. Yeah, it's grippy. And then we're going to talk a little bit about device isolation. But the main thing we're going to be talking about today is because of Gutsy. And we're going to revisit a topic I've talked about before, but in a very specific context. We're looping on stalkers. I wonder if they like it grippy. Not sure they care. So, yeah, a very pleasant, upbeat, and, it's all Gutsy's fault. Got it. Man, Blink 182 was my favorite band there for a while. I had like some lo-fi playing, and that's originally what I was going to have in the stream background, but it legit started putting me to sleep, and I'm like, nope, I gotta have something a little more up-tempo than this, or I'm going to fall asleep in my chair. I picked up quite a few Roman candles for the kids to mess with. I hadn't gotten them until last year, and the kids had a blast with those. So we got even more this year. The fucking little mini hand cannons. Yeah, I definitely overspent on fireworks this year, but it's the 250th, and there were very specific fireworks that I wanted. That's a trap. That's a trap. If you need upbeat music, just listen to the Tobuscus's new song. Isn't that the guy you've been posting all week? I don't think I will. I don't think I'm going to do that. Perhaps. Perhaps. Oh, man. That fucking game of Helldivers yesterday, dude. That was fun. I don't know why we stopped doing that. Anyway, topic 1. Audio pipeline issues. I think I've been trying to help Nero with this for the last 4 months? Somewhere around there? Not his fault. He should have got help sooner. That part's his fault. That part's his fault. But I kind of want to go over what happened, and I'll try to make this as untechnical as possible. So we're going to start. That's not centered at all. Yeah. This has to be taller. Draw a circle, you asshole. All right, we'll settle for the ellipsoid. We're gonna start with the hamster wheel. You got your little hamster in the hamster wheel. My 5th grader drawing skills. This is your audio chipset. And there are several situations. Well, hold on. So right now, the hamster wheel, we're going to put a little motor on it. We're going to put a little motor on this hamster wheel. The hamster is not fully in control of this hamster wheel. And right now, mine is going at a speed it's comfortable with. But there are speeds you can run that at where the hamster just becomes a part of a tumble dry system. And there are many ways to do that. So, like, your motor for the hamster wheel, just draw this wire out, has several power sources with switches on them. And the more of these you flip on, the faster that hamster wheel goes. You know, until it turns him into mincemeat. Yeah, the Bose-Einstein condensate. Yeah. So if you turn on all 4 of these switches, you have less of a hamster wheel and more of a blender. I just hit my microphone. So, like, one of these switches is doubling filters. So if I put a noise gate on top of a noise gate, not only am I going to get the terribleness that is 2 noise gates being on top of each other, but it's going to spin the hamster wheel a little faster. Then you have device over provisioning. And what that means is too many things are using the device at once. And that makes the hamster wheel go faster. Now, as you can see, perhaps not every hamster is created equal. And sometimes 2 of these switches are enough to kill the hamster. But sometimes you need 4, 5, or 6 switches to kill the hamster. So what you get is a troubleshooting environment that is extremely difficult. Because it's always going to be some combination of these things. And you don't know which ones they are, ever. And depending on what you're doing, some will be more common than others. One of these switches is a Windows default setting. So it's almost never looked at because almost everybody's hamster wheel starts off with this switch turned on. So it's rarely the deciding factor. But this was Nero's deciding factor. And I had to go through, I want to say it was 12 or 14 independent settings before I decided, hey, let's look at this one. And wouldn't you know it, it was that one. Another one of these is pending driver updates. That used to not always be a thing, but the way Windows handles those now, that this is now a thing. But I was troubleshooting his sound for like 2 hours the other day, and we thought we got it. And then yesterday we start the Helldivers stream before he hits go live, and his audio is clearly crunchy. The problem with that is Helldivers is a game that's notorious for doing that. So I started looking at the over provisioning because that's the offense that Helldivers tends to commit. But it wasn't that at all. And then I finally got to the Windows default settings in the troubleshooting path. But yeah, we start the stream yesterday. It is super crunchy. Super crunchy. And it delayed stream start. And he has been sweating this audio issue, and rightfully so, because like his main content has become like interviewing people. And I don't know why they never said anything. Because we determined that this problem is definitely audible inside of the Discord call. It's early enough in the pipeline that everyone involved in the call should be able to hear this. So on some interviews, he can barely be heard over the pops, crackles, and clicks. And the other party is just saying nothing. So that delayed him knowing that it was a problem, even though I tried to tell him over and over again, hey, your audio is an issue. You have popping, crackling, and literally no one is saying anything to you. No one's saying a damn thing. I thought that was wild. So, you know, how does my stream start? I'm muted for some reason, and then my chat tells me, and then I fix it. But Nero's going through with all these guests, and nobody's telling him his microphone is super fucking scuffed. Like, there are some of these interviews that are just completely... The VOD is completely non-serviceable at all. Because of that. It's just wild to me. Field dominated by women. Basic problems can't even be detected because everyone is too afraid to criticize. Who could have seen this coming? Everyone. I'm just relaxing about it as much as I can. But it refreshed me on some audio troubleshooting. So I wrote up a report on that, and hopefully some other people can use that to avoid having that issue in the future. Because it's a nasty issue to have. Nasty issue to have. I will be calm about it. I will be calm about it. I will be calm about it. I got some stuff done off stream today in the Valheim thing. I got a bridge built, but I ended up getting lost at the very beginning. And it wasn't like lost, it's just I didn't appreciate how far away I had gotten from the start location. Even inside of my no crossing large bodies of water rule to like prevent that from happening. Apparently the island next door is fucking huge. So that's going to be a challenge. My home island has no crypts on it. So I have to go to the huge island and find crypts to get to the next tech level. So that's going to be great. But anyway, those were that's essentially what the audio issues were. I'm pretty sure we finally got those knocked out. Now, it is a Windows setting, so who knows what Windows update will decide to turn that back on without notifying the user. That setting's like 6 clicks deep through menus, by the way. You have to know where that is. You have to know it exists. It might have well said, beware the leopard. So, before we get into the main topic, we're going to do a quick PSA. On device isolation. Chat. Do not share images to people you don't know from the same device you keep your wife's, girlfriend's, or whatever nudes on. Just a little suggestion, just a little piece of advice. If you've got nudes of your significant other, don't use that device to also send memes and shit to people. It will get you in trouble one day. Everyone loves surprises. Yeah. Definitely won't get you in trouble in a woman-dominated field. Definitely won't have any consequences there. Doo-doo-doo. Just teeing this up. So, I'd even call it an offhand tweet. Gutsy had a tweet earlier this week where it's basically like, I hate seeing all these people being like, I want my chat to stalk me. I love stalkers. I don't know if she was talking about anyone in particular, but I could think of at least 3 pretty big VTubers who either have said that, or that I know about, or that I could see saying that. And she's like, if you ever had a stalker, like, you think you do, but you don't. It was like a BlizzCon kind of thing. It's like, you think you want that, but you don't. And I wanted to talk about that a little bit, because obviously a lot of the people who say that they're just engaging in kayfabe. But that's also not a good idea, in my opinion. Just, how do I put this? If you create an environment where somebody feels welcome, and they're not welcome in most environments, they're probably going to show up in your environment more. And at this point, we have to get into something security professionals have to deal with a lot. Because sometimes we forget that we have to say this, because this is like our default frame of thinking. We are going to be talking about reality. We are not going to be talking about how we wish things were. Or even sometimes why they are, or whose fault it is, or how things ought to be. We're going to be focused on how things currently are. That's going to be the main... This trips people up so much. I wish I could be surprised that I have to say this, but I'm not. And not only am I not surprised, it's predictable and routine that I would have to reiterate this, because a lot of people, reality hiss, a lot of people struggle with this one. A lot of people struggle with this one. Security professionals do not, because we have to assign dollar amounts to the predictions we make. And then those get evaluated by pin pushers. And if they don't line up enough times, or with enough accuracy, no one listens to us. And we get fired. Accountability. Wow. Chat, will you be my accountability buddy? Like, one of these distinctions. Cyber stalking and using a computer to facilitate stalking are actually not the same fucking thing. And that distinction is important. So let's talk about that distinction. Cyber stalking is mostly doing things like sending... And remember, when you see a definition, usually it requires a pattern of behavior rather than a single incident. Otherwise, every email spammer would also be guilty of cyber stalking. There's context required for these things. Usually this is repeated, but in many states that's not what the law says. Word for word. Online impersonation can actually be part of cyber stalking. Activities like doxing, swatting, that sort of thing. Stalking is more of a physical thing. That's when they send unwanted gifts. Physical ones, like through the mail. Packages. Physical mail. So, if you really dislike somebody, and you send them the, there's like I don't know if they do this anymore, like if they got in trouble for this or whatever, but there was a company where you would give them somebody's address and pay them money, and they would send a box of gummy penises to somebody on your behalf. That is technically stalking if you do it over and over. I don't even know if it counts as stalking the first time. I'm not sure that's been tried, like in a courtroom. So these things, not only am I not a lawyer, but a lot of these questions may be untested. And the only thing that is legally, I even hate to say legally certain, because there is a thing called the legal uncertainty principle. But you have to have a case, essentially, that is exactly like yours. So, like, some legal questions have been answered over time, but a lot haven't, and your specific details can change that answer. But as I understand it, you would have to do it more than one time. And especially if you've been told to stop. That tends to be one of the determining factors, is that that you've been told to stop. But obviously, like, to continue following someone, contacting their friends and relatives. That sort of thing. Can you use something like Throne to send unwanted gifts, packages, and physical mail? Can you use Throne to do this? Well, yeah, of course you can. But that doesn't make it cyber stalking per se. They are using a computer to facilitate what I would call normal stalking or traditional stalking. Doesn't the throne owner need to approve gifts? Yes, but a lot of, and this does count as stalking, a lot of the times it depends on who it's from. So if you keep spinning up alts to buy them stuff and they specifically don't want things from you, that is stalking. So that's one distinction there. But doxing is something that can only really happen in the cyber world, though I did have, sorry, I've been watching soccer. How could you? That's okay, we're done talking about you anyway. But did I tell you guys about the cheater who got put on blast with a QR code on campus? Did I tell y'all that story? Yay, I don't have to have lower self-esteem. Australians have to call it soccer now. I saw that. I saw that post. I loved that to death. We beat you, you have to call it soccer now. But yeah, we have to know our terms. Cyber stalking is a specific set of behaviors, and stalking is a different set of behaviors, and using a computer to do stalking is not necessarily the same as cyber stalking. So when we're talking about stalking, say, a VTuber or something like that, that does not automatically make it cyber stalking just because they're a digital entity. Or rather, they're attempting to be a digital entity. You can just simply use a computer to do normal stalking. And while swatting is a big risk, most of these have a lower ceiling for consequences than stalking does, because stalking often results in death or grievous bodily harm. And it is a much more serious thing from a physical safety standpoint than most forms of cyber stalking. Which I had intended to talk completely about the topic and then what to do about it, but we're gonna pivot. So, one of my axioms about cyber stalking and protecting yourself online, or dealing with stalkers in the first place, is what are the legal consequences for self-defense in your jurisdiction? Because, and I'm not going to couch this or dance around it. If you are a woman and you are playing to a mostly male audience, you should live you should strive to live somewhere with the least consequences for doing that part as possible. The answer here is you get a high five from the cops. Your corpse might. The problem with stalking is all of the warning signs for a stalker are fit into a category of things that we call pre-crime. And the police generally cannot go after your stalker until they have stalked you. Even though it's clear that they intend to, even though it's clear that there is a high risk that they will do so, generally they can't do anything until an offense has actually occurred. And if you live in a state where defending yourself from a stalker might land you in trouble, you live in the wrong place to do the job that you're doing. Or rather, you are putting yourself at a greater risk. You are more vulnerable to the threat of stalkers if you live somewhere where you cannot defend yourself, or you're unwilling to defend yourself due to the legal consequences. Now, maybe you are willing to go to jail to put your stalker 6 feet under. And I can't tell you what to do, but that would be my position if I had to live in a place where my legal options to defend myself were dubious. Especially if you've got stuff like duty to retreat and all that other crap. I don't know if California is like this, but I know there are places globally like this where you have a duty to retreat even inside of your own home. Most places treat your house as a special area where you never have a duty to retreat, even in so-called duty to retreat states. But be very familiar with your local laws. That's all I'll say to that. Be very familiar with your local laws, and be very familiar with how they are or are not enforced. So if enforcement is selective, or there isn't enforcement, or enforcement's draconian, those are things you need to know. Because, like, one thing people often get wrong is that they think Texas is like this. Don't live in California. There's a lot of places, actually. A lot of people view Texas as like this, you can do anything with a gun that you want to, and that is a very dangerous thing to think about Texas if you're going to live there. There are actually quite a few weird rules about firearms in Texas. There's things that you're allowed to do, and then there's things that you aren't allowed to do. And some of the things that you are allowed to do not make sense in the context of the things that you aren't. Like, some of the things you're allowed to do in Texas would have you think ipso facto you'd be allowed to do activity B, but activity B is going to land you in jail real fast. And I forget exactly what it is in Texas. It's got something to do with their open carry laws. Ba-ding, ba-ding. I'm getting a lot of ba-dings. This needs to go on Do Not Disturb. Sorry about that. And I think there's also some problems with Austin. But I forget if it's like that you can open carry, but you can't conceal carry, or if that's flip-flopped. I think it's like the opposite of Florida, where you can open carry but not conceal, or something really weird like that. But Texas has some strange gotchas. Or it might be that you can conceal but you can't open. I do recall that Texas is still not a constitutional carry state. That much I do know. And that's not what people assume about Texas, typically. And one of the things that you have to remember is the thing that you think makes sense probably isn't the law. If you go, well, this is common sense, so clearly that's what the law is, you will find yourself in trouble. But the point is, you need to maximize your immunity to the consequences for self-defense in your jurisdiction. If you are going to be a woman entertaining men on the internet. Nero, there's a lot of people that are very young that haven't learned this lesson, and a lot of them choose to learn it the hard way. And that's everybody. That's everybody. That's all youngins. They're like, surely my upbringing is what the law is. Well, actually. Good way to land yourself in a pair of cuffs. But one thing, I'm going to go back to an earlier... Yeah, this one. This one. One of the things that people get wrong is that they think the motive for these two things are the same. And I'm going to be talking very off the cuff here, because this is something I have studied a lot. And there is not a lot of research into this topic. Specifically, there's not a lot of research into this topic regarding how it relates to online entertainers. This is a very poorly studied thing. I have the luxury of being able to just walk up to eminent criminologists in their field and asking them questions about this topic. And one of the most common things I hear is almost no one studies it, and that the things that I think are probably true, but nobody has actually put it in a paper. Which goes for a lot of things in the social sciences, by the way. Let's back up a little bit and remember that science is a descriptive process, not a proscriptive process. Newton's laws do not create gravity, they observe it. Or inertia, for that matter. Everyone knew gravity was a thing. The scientific process is supposed to help us describe how those things work. And a lot of people really fucking forget that the same is true of the social sciences, and that the social sciences have a massive reproducibility crisis. And a lot of people hang their hats on things that psychologists and sociologists and, yes, criminologists tell them. And that's a bad idea. Well, yes, the sciences in general are having an increasing reproducibility crisis. Theoretical physics is having that problem right now, where they didn't quite have that before. So, like, it's not even just social sciences. STEM fields are also increasingly having this issue, but the social sciences have had it for a long time. Nutritional science is basically as bad as social science, I would say. The amount of times I've seen eggs flip-flop from they will kill you to eat them or you'll die is at least 4 in my short lifetime. Anyway, most people think that these motives are the same. They are not. These people, and we're going to focus on these people. These people have arrived at a place where they own you. Not that they're going to own you, not that that you will become their possession, but that you already are. You are a piece of property. That is not the same, typically, for cyber stalkers. And the people who cyberstalk that have that mentality quickly become physical stalkers. So why is stalker kayfabe bad? Or potentially bad? Why is it okay for a VTuber to have a yandere kayfabe, but bad for them to tell their audience that they want that kind of behavior in return? Stalkers are delusional. Is one problem. So if you feed their it's a dog stalk dog world. When you're doing the yandere thing for your audience, I'm not going to get into whether or not that's good or bad. I don't care. The reality is your threat is not taken seriously because of sexual power imbalance. Sexual power imbalance comes from the laws of power, which, again, are described, not prescribed. Where, and this goes from men to men and men to women, but not from women to women or women to men. In social interactions with men, there is an implied threat of violence. That goes with all interactions with men. If you push them far enough, they will violence you. Everyone's line is different. Everyone's line is different. And again, these are at population scale. But in the case of women, many will simply lay down and die. Like, literally physically lay down and die. They will curl up into a ball and just die. So, the reality is, in VTubing, the performers are female, and the audience is male. And that audience bit goes for the internet in general. The internet audience is dominated by men in all fields. Sage goes in all fields. But because of that, interactions from the performer to the audience are assumed to have no chance of physical threat. I think it would not be hard to imagine a male VTuber getting in trouble for having a stalker kayfabe. Nero, do you know any male VTubers that have a stalker kayfabe? Because that's what yandere is, by the way. Yandere is simply another word for stalker kayfabe. Yandere treat their love interest as a possession. It's the stalker mindset. But it's important to understand that when I say that stalkers feel like they own you and that you are a piece of property, that is at the exclusion of your identity as a human being. They don't think of you like that. They think of you as an object, like a purse. You're a purse. Okay. So you have delusional, violence-prone sort of what would you call that? A cohort. So the stalker cohort, because most stalkers are men, by and large. By and large, most stalkers are men. So the stalker cohort is a delusional, violence-prone, which that is already a bad combination. Just label this stalker cohort. I believe that's under my head. But that says stalker cohort. They're delusional and violence prone. But they do require a pathway. And that pathway has several markers, which are actually more consistent with terrorist pathways than they are other criminal pathways. So they need a reason. They need a way, which is to say that they need a way to carry out the thing that they have been given a reason to do. And they need a push, generally. I could go for some reason right now. God, it's been decades since I've had one of those. They're good, though. I like caramel-based candies in general. Now, when I say they need a reason, I don't mean they need a logical reason, because they don't. Stalking is not a very logical thing, and when we're talking about pathways, whether it be stalkers or terrorists, what the pathway is generally a pathway to insanity, and then acting on that insanity. So we're talking about insane people, but a very specific slice of insane people. So the reason could be I need to fix her, which is actually a pity response. The reason could be she's pretty. It could even be the opposite of I need to fix her. It could be I need to ruin her. Remember, they think you're their property. So a lot of these will be things that they will do to mark you as their property or to prevent other people from quote unquote accessing or using their property. But at some point you became their property. So they need a way to reach you. This is why you never, ever, 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 aside from the don't contact me again first contact, respond to a stalker's provocations. Because it is enough for them, it is enough to keep them going, that you confirmed that they reached you. And that can keep them going for weeks or months every time you do it. Every time. That can give them months, sometimes years of motivation. Every reply. So the push actually instigates the reason. And this can be really fucked up stuff. Like the push is somebody oils harder. The push could simply be realizing that you're isolated. That you're a target. So if you're constantly talking about how you have a terrible relationship with your family and that you have no friends, that can be the push that awakens the stalker instinct. Hi, Saru. We gauge in here. Can you push me? Who says you haven't? Give me a gauge. That's not home row. There you go. So yeah, these are only reasons in the loosest sense. The instigating event can be completely Senpai noticed me, it's love. Isn't that like the Oh, are you giving me more reasons? Yeah. The push can be insane, and it often is insane. Replying to their messages can be enough. Again, if like, and I saw this recently, if you're struggling to make ends meet, but you're still doing, liking a comment, yeah, like say you give somebody 200 bits every stream, and you're the #1 bit person because you give them 200 bits every stream, and then some fucking oiler comes in and drops 10,000 bits, even though they liked all the comments. Yeah. Some oiler comes in and gives 10,000 bits. The stalker may awaken at that point. See that person as competition. And competition's not allowed. Because the stalker thinks of you as their property. And this person thinks they can get to you, to the stalker's property, by redeeming more bits than they do. And I know that sounds insane, but that's because it is. Stalkers are insane. They are dangerous people. So, when you feed their delusions, because insanity is weird. I was going to say insanity is insane, but like, sometimes you can have somebody who's barely holding on. Like, they've had 3 pushes, and they're prone to stalkerish behavior. But their executive brain, which usually is very poor at moderating these behaviors, but sometimes it can. Sometimes they're barely hanging on, and their executive functions are telling them, we don't want to go to jail, and stalking is bad, and the things that you are thinking about doing are stalking. And that line of reasoning can be the only thing stopping them. And then you tell them, actually, I don't mind if you stalk me. It follows a logical path with illogical reasoning. Yeah. So if you've got somebody who's just holding on to the stalking bad, yeah, they sadly are predictable. Because what an insane person is doing at the end of the day is folding to their basal desires. At the end of the day. And those are very predictable things once you know that that's the governing... basil. Yeah. Once you know that's the unrestricted, ungoverned expression of their desires, all you have to know is what their desire is. And then you can pretty much predict what they're going to do. But if you have some guy who's like barely holding on, I actively have to work to not look like a stalker when I'm deciding to interview one. I don't think you do. Like, I know what you're saying. But let's just say I understand where you're coming from. I'm actually going to explain to the ladies watching exactly where you're coming from. But, Nero, trust me when I say, you actually make yourself look more like a stalker by protesting too much than just being normal. But I'm going to explain to the ladies why guys fear interaction. Just say it, RM. He and I could watch and predict the creeps we saw. Well, that's what I am saying. But I'm also going to go over why a lot of men are very, very afraid of looking like a stalker. And why why that can govern their behavior. And it has a lot to do with changing social and legal norms. I know I'm not. I don't want to deal with Me Too canceling. I'm getting to that. Yeah, first of all, don't be afraid. Just make decisions. And we'll get to that in a second. And I'm trying to get through that. This is kind of heady. We're about 90% accurate. Yeah, and the behavior can signal to people that you are a stalker because they think most people are normal, and only a stalker would try to hide the accusation that they're a stalker if nobody's made it at them, which is logical. I'm just trying to explain why men do this. So, the changing social and legal norms are as follows. So, romantic pursuit has changed. Many women want a man that can read their mind. Yeah, real stalkers are not self-aware. That's why I was talking specifically about the ones that have a very thin self-awareness, because most of them don't. Some of them are literally holding on to the idea that if I do this, I will go to jail, and it is the only thing in their way. No, they don't know the triggers. They don't. They're operating at a basal reasoning state that is governed by desire. That is exactly right, Saru. Most women, reading women's minds is actually relatively easy. The problem is they don't even read their own minds, so it causes problems. That's not the only problem. This is normal. I don't need to worry. Almost every stalker area. Yeah, that's not the problem. I agree with you, Plaws. I'm not trying to turn this into, like, gender wars. But there's some gender war realities that are directly at play in this dynamic. Because also women make the mistakes criminal. The male reaction to this is, okay, give me the checklist. Have you ever met that guy that was like, I don't understand why she wasn't interested in me. I was nice to her. You know, something like that. Have you ever encountered that guy? Because this is that guy. He's like, okay, I need, and this is the law, by the way, I need clear, unambiguous consent. So if a woman were to playfully or through innuendo suggest that it was okay to touch them, and you do that without doing a, are you serious? And you read that wrong, you will become a registered sex offender if she can prove that you did it. And in civil court, you may lose even if she can't prove you did it. So a rational male is very good at going, these are the rule sets, so I will follow the rule set, then I will be okay. So when you go, you need to read my mind, and if you make a mistake, you're going to jail, the men respond with, I need a checklist from you of what is and is not okay. I need a secure path to follow because you made I hope it doesn't happen, but Nero could get a stalker. I think he was borderline already had one. Yeah, I agree. This, however, some women have adapted to this. Most haven't. This gives a lot of them the ick. And what's at play here is that you as a man are supposed to anticipate and provide for her needs. And if you cannot do this, you cannot do that. What is and isn't okay also depends on how hot you are. Yes, that's part of the read my mind. That's part of the I'm going to dress provocatively in public, but react very negatively when the 70-year-old man likes it. That's part of that read my mind. The 70-year-old man is supposed to know that revealing dress with the sheer cutouts isn't for them. They're supposed to read her mind on that. The problem that women have, and especially young women, is that the 70-year-old man not only knows that, he doesn't care. He doesn't care. All right? So, the point is, this dynamic causes this. Which has always, well, it ramps it up. This has always been a thing to one degree or another. There are ancient texts about this. It is worse now because of the legal consequences. You even have... There's a lot of guys who just, especially younger Zoomers, Gen Alpha, one of the reasons they're so prudish is that they've decided that this dynamic is so bad and so toxic for them. Again, we're talking about reality, not what you want reality to be. They have decided this dynamic is so threatening to them that they want to be established in their careers before they even start talking to women. Before they even start talking to women, they want to be effectively indispensable in their career. Financially independently wealthy. Because of the consequences of... the potential consequences of making mistakes in an area where making mistakes is very high stakes. Which is funny, because the best time to make mistakes is around high school. And that is currently about the worst time legally to make those mistakes. That will keep you out of college. That will keep you... like, that will prevent you from having a career at all. It's bad. So if you were ever wondering why that is, that's why. But what I will say, Nero, is that thou doth protest too much. Make mistakes when you don't have something to lose. Right. But they're so severe that the population at large has decided, I can't even afford to make mistakes when I have nothing to lose. I won't make mistakes until I'm invincible socially. And I'm pretty sure that's how you get Epsteins. High schoolers and college kids ain't got shit yet. Yeah, but they're also seeing their prohibited future. The future that they will be denied over the mistake. You know, youth is wasted on the young. I don't agree that no one will care what they did back then. I think that the prevalence of cameras has changed that quite a bit. I remember Justice Kavanaugh. they suddenly cared a lot, but you know, you're going to run into that if you get to that level. Most people will never be under that level of scrutiny, but it is more common than it used to be. Your youth is documented these days. Like, oh man, I would probably have gone to jail with the underage drinking and mud pits and all that if some dumbasses were filming it with their cell phones. It would have been juvie for like a day, but it would have happened. Well, yeah, there is the police body cam effect. That one was funny. Yeah, I get what you're saying, but that is a sidebar. That is a sidebar. Um, but yeah, one thing I learned, one thing I learned in the adult industry is that doing what you do, Nero, to avoid looking that way very frequently pops you on the nice guy TM radar. Yeah, most kids aren't doing anything really harmful. Dude, it was just starting to pick up in my day, but I don't think I'd have a career if some of my young shenanigans were filmed and posted. Yeah, sure. Anyway, Nero, I think as you, I'm not here to browbeat you. I just think that as you gain social experience in this field, one day you're going to look back and go, yeah, RM was right. I overthought it. But I'm not going to try to change your mind now, because I know that's useless. Um, where am I at in this? Yeah, but you can still browbeat him anyway. Is it time to take Nero to the Longhouse? Is it time to Longhouse Nero? I have to clarify, I'm not talking super illegal stuff. I mean, like being drunk as teens and singing rap songs loudly. Oh no, I did much worse stuff than that. There's a lot of stuff I'm still reluctant to admit that I did, because I'm not sure I'm not sure those... Yeah, I'm not sure I should talk about that. I'm not sure there's a statute on limitations on those. And those were crimes. Those were crimes. I think we should duct tape Nero upside down to the fence and stuff. We've all done a little, criminal trespassing. And arson. Criminal mischief, vandalism. Defacing of public property. I could go on. Oh, yeah, improper use of explosives and incendiary devices. That one's on there. Assault from a motor vehicle. I'm sure I could think of more. It's not a crime if you run faster than the cops, right? Yeah. We had lookouts a lot of the time. Help me to remember to message RM after stream. What are you cooking, fella? Assault from a motor vehicle? Were you jousting? It's funny you should phrase it that way. What do you think about bicyclists? Because I had a very negative opinion of them at the time. Jousting. Well, I know about that. Young RM was kind of troubled now that I think about it. What was that Nero said about me? It's like, I love you, RM, but you are a broken, broken man. Something like that. Exclamation mark fish to go fishing. Ever see the movie Porky's? I have. Say no more. Say no more. All right. So, one of the things I think is about Gutsy's tweet that was more true than anything else is that a lot of the people flirting with these ideas have never encountered the face of genuine evil. And when I say stuff like, you could die to a stalker, I mean really nasty shit. Stuff I probably am not allowed to say on Twitch, which is, I think, a problem with our society as a whole. I've seen evil. It's evil. Yeah, I mean, that's really the only way you can describe genuine evil, because if you try to, like, rationalize it, it doesn't work. Because it's insane and crazy and evil. Like, evil is, like, one of the most real things that exists. There's a lot of people who don't believe in evil people, and that's how I know they haven't encountered evil people. Evil people are not afraid to leverage your friends and family against you, which is why I tell streamers in general that because a lot of them already have terrible, yeah, like that one, or, you know, like the one with the dog. That one was particularly nasty. Yes, I know I'm being vague, Post King, right now, but I honestly believe I could get in trouble for describing those things in detail. Genuinely evil people not only do not mind going out of your friends and family, they see your friends and family as useful tools to get to you if you start playing tough guy. Most people will crack under their friends and family being threatened. And it is the first place they will go if you start tough guying at them. So one of the things I tell streamers that are new is two things that it's very unpopular in the streamer / VTuber space. If it is at all salvageable, restore and maintain family relationships. If it is not safe to tell them about your job, reconsider doing it. Reconsider doing it. You should be able to tell your friends and family about your job. You should be able to confide in them about things you're not sure about. You should be able to get their advice on things you are not sure about. And I'm going to tell you right now, if that circle has shrunk to the point that you only trust your moderator team with those discussions, you have already been groomed. If you feel like the only people you can talk about those things are with, about, what was my sentence? If you think that the only people you can talk about those things with are your moderation team, you have already been groomed. And if you think you haven't, what I want you to do is the next time you have a topic that you think you should only discuss with the moderator team, vaguely start talking about it. Not explicitly at first, just vaguely start talking about it in your general Discord or on Twitter, and see how your moderators react to that. Just a thought. Be willing to contact and cooperate with law enforcement. And most of these crimes are going to be interstate. You need to know what your local FBI office is, how to contact them, and not just your locals, because sometimes it is the local law enforcement that is the problem. Sometimes that call comes from inside the house. Yeah, I know, Saru. It's not popular, but it will keep you safe. And yes, I've been in the position where the local police were the problem, but that's generally because somebody has an axe to grind specifically with you. And that does not, I shouldn't say does not, it is much more likely that that won't happen with the FBI. And I would say unless you're in DC, it's basically guaranteed that that won't be happening with the FBI agents in your area. And most of these crimes, the way they're carried out, yeah, sheriffs tend to be better than police. In my case, it was the sheriff that was the problem, and there was no local police force because there was no incorporated municipality. I have literally been there. I understand. I get it. Be willing to talk to the police. Know how to contact the FBI. Because a lot of these qualify as FBI incidents. And most feds are okay, hee. I know I joke about that sometimes, but just for the sake of clarity and not being accused of impersonating an FBI agent, I am not a fed. But I do glow. And you can do with that information what you will. I am not directly a fed, but I glow plenty. You know, the last person who called me fed adjacent was Nooch. Oh yeah, Saru is 1,000 suns. If we dropped Saru on Madagascar, they would learn how to make anime. If we dropped Saru on Madagascar, they would learn how to make anime. I have not seen the word effulgent used in a long time. It doesn't surprise me that it comes from you. Good word, though. My favorite for a while was simply defenestrate because it sounds dirty. But yeah, you need to restore and maintain family relationships. You need to be willing to contact and cooperate with law enforcement. And you need to make IRL friends. And I will say, in that order. In that order. Because if you don't like these people, you need to have these people. If you don't like these people, you need these people. But if you don't have family and friends, or if you don't have family relationships that are good, if you don't have family relationships that are salvageable, if it's not safe for them to know about your job and what's going on with you, you must be willing and able to talk to law enforcement. Anyway, enough tangent. If you don't, the stalker will get to them first, and they will use them against you. Yeah. That's the point. That's the point. I could describe the alternative to this, which is grievous bodily harm. But those details are also not TOS-friendly. Again, this whole process is not well studied, but most law enforcement is pretty clear on how certain these things are because they see shit. And criminologists tend to think the same way. There's some really woke ones that think this is a bad idea. Ignore them. They do not have your safety in mind. They have a political agenda in mind. I am a streamer that talks about your safety. And ideally, you have all three of these. There is nothing that a predator of any stripe finds more attractive than an isolated target. It's not something they think about consciously. It is just something they are drawn to. And if you're constantly signaling how alone and isolated you are, you won't even have to tell them. They'll just pick up on it. They are tuned. They are tuned to notice that you're isolated. Do you go straight to Discord? Do you go straight to Discord after stream? Spend hours verifiably still at the keyboard? Discord knows when you go to sleep. They know when you wake up. They know what your health history is. They're looking at you. That's why people who have been predated are more likely to have it happen again. Yep. Sure is. Chronic victims. The buddy system is real. The buddy system is real. Now, I've said this before, I'll say it again, and I'm going to say it again now. Yeah, you withdraw when it happens, making you a bigger target. Yeah. And there's also, you can get passed around. Because the next predator is going to present himself as the safe space when you open up about your previous victimhood. The next predator is going to be the safe space. Discord chatters greet you in Gin Chat when you go online within minutes, even before you type. Yeah, those type. Exactly. Now, what does this have to do? I almost forgot this part. What does this have to do with the word parasocial? What this has to do with the word parasocial is that parasocial is misused to the point that it is blinding you to the concerning members of your community. People who are behaving in a concerning way are detectable. But this, and how we use this word, is making it more difficult. Because most of what your audience does is regular social. Parasocial does not mean unrequited feelings. A parasocial relationship is when the streamer does not know you exist. They literally don't know you exist. Like, not in the Mean Girls way of pretending you don't exist. It's when they literally don't know you exist. The second you respond to them, especially directly, that is a social interaction. What do you mean, what the fuck am I? Most people say parasocial when they mean e-social. Exactly. As little literature as there is on this topic, almost all of it, and I've shared some of it on this stream before, almost all of it is trying to figure out what we are going to call social relationships that occur mostly online, because we can't call them parasocial because they don't apply. And most of those papers are in the format, I want to be remembered, please use my word for it, so that when we're talking about this in 60 years, people are using my word, not your word. That's just how academia is. People want credit for the smallest shit. But what they're also saying is parasocial does not apply to streaming. So what happens when you call everybody parasocial is you're not actually picking up on the parasocial people. Because, funny enough, stalkers are highly parasocial. That's one of the warning signs. Stalkers are highly parasocial. Because you belong to them. They're going to invent. They're delusional. So, if you equate a chatter going, I don't think you would behave that way because of things you told me, to, I don't think you would behave that way because of how your pixels look, you are turning off your detection mechanism for stalkers. Or people who are likely to become stalkers, or I should say at a higher risk. The actual stalker population is very, 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 very low. But you're increasing the risk that you're missing the signs by equating two things like that. You lying to people and people getting the wrong idea about you because you lied to them is not the same as somebody pretending they know you at all. Those are not the same thing. And they do not warn of the same underlying motives. A parasocial person doesn't type in chat and thinks you know who they are because their username is in the Twitch roster. That's parasocial. The guy you thank for donating 200 bits, that's social. And this is the reason, because sex workers have been dealing with this way longer than the internet's been around. That's the reason those services are so transactional. And that every newbie is warned that they should make that as transactional as possible. I saw something from, I believe it was some sex worker account that said that the chatters that treat you like a normal person are the chatters who are most likely to stick around. You know, unless you drive them off. If you put yourself on a pedestal, oh, when would that ever happen? Oh, I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm not saying. I'm not saying. If you put yourself, you mean ban them? I mean, you could just regularly drive them off too. Like, if you put yourself on an elevated pedestal, you're basically forcing everybody to be parasocial with you. Pedestal. Whatever. We say pedestal down here. Who'd do that? Well, let me ask you another question, because I will name names. Do you think Ollie would discourage stalking as part of her kayfabe? I seem to recall the opposite. Even though she's had, like, a cyber stalker problem, and I think a real stalker problem? Hell no. Hey, yeah, I knew what you meant to type. Hell no. Or, I'm just as parasocial with you as you are with me. She's the stalker. I know, dude. I know. But I think she's also directly told her audience that she, like, fantasizes about that. I think she's I don't know, maybe that's who Gutsy was talking about. I don't know, she hasn't streamed in 2 months. She probably combs through every PayPal receipt. Probably. Probably. But yeah, you know, there's other things you could do. You could, like I said, you could tell chat that you're as parasocial for them as they are for you. That's another green light to stalker behavior for the people who are just hanging on. And I wish I could describe how terrifying stalkers are in a Twitch toss friendly manner. It is scarier than you think it is. It's like you're getting your ideas of say sexual relationships from manga. It's that level of difference. It's that level of difference. And you're probably also getting your stalker love from manga. Let's be real. A lot of VTubers are weebs. A lot of VTubers are weebs. Otaku shut-ins. They probably... It's like, if it's not kayfabe, if you're being serious, no, you're not. No, you're not. Stalkers are scary. Like, you think they're not scary until you get a call from the front desk saying that you've got someone here to see you and you're not expecting anybody, but they say they've been waiting outside for like an hour. The pages of the manga don't stink like reality does. Yeah. Yep. And then after you tell the front desk person to turn that person away, they wait outside your place of business until it's closing time. Like they're waiting in line for like a midnight release of Pokemon. Because that's what stalkers do. And they'll be back tomorrow. And the next day, they'll catch you at the door. Or someone hints they know your real ID and drops hints that they probably do. Yeah. Or they just directly try to blackmail you with it. That's a thing that they do. That's on the cyber stalky side. But when it comes to like literally mailing your parents VHS tapes of your escapades, I'm dating myself with that one. Or, you know, in this case, oh, maybe a thumb drive. They'll do it. That's probably, I'm not even, I shouldn't even say they'll do it. That's more like an opening move in their little chessboard. That's like an opening move. These days, kids use the cloud or the Zloud. No, I like Zloud because that's a very Gen Z. Like when the Gen Zs are in charge of corporations, that's what they'll start calling it. The Zloud. It's not the cloud anymore. It's the cloud to the max, which is very 90s sounding, but you know, everything old, everything new, everything old is new again. The Zoomers would absolutely call it the Zloud when they get into their 40s and they're in charge of corpos. Maybe that's going to be somebody's corporation name for a hybrid cloud environment. Like you could see that today. You could see that today. Anyway, those are the things I think of when I see, you know, a 14-word tweet about stalking. And then I'm like, oh man, I could go off on a tangent about this. And then I'm like, actually, I could do a whole stream segment on this. Well, that's what this looks like. They'll have a Dropbox or Mega Link to use as blackmail. I think it would be more effective to send the thumb drive because people are learning not to click links. Not nearly fast enough, but they are learning. And Dropbox and Mega might require an account, or it might not be as user-friendly. But, you know, you just send them the thumb drive. Oh, yeah, that story. Let me tell you a story about campus cyber stalking. I'm pretty sure I've told it before, but I'm not sure to who, and it's very relevant to this conversation. So, one day, I'm walking through campus, and I just see random QR codes. You know how those look. The beep boops with the boxes and the white space. You know, all of that. There's a QR code, right? And they're on lampposts. They're on every lamppost next to this one dorm. like a Lost Kitty poster. And at the top of this Lost Kitty poster that has this QR code on it is, "You're a sack of shit and I want everyone to see what you were doing with that other woman." It's like some dude cheated on somebody and the jilted ex is posting, I don't know how she has them, but is posting QR code links to the cheater being caught in the act, and then posting those QR code links and stories along with the story all over, like the clickbait title, all over the campus. Now, I was smart enough not to look into that, because that is a very salacious social engineering attack to get you to click the bad thing. But it turns out it was legit. Somebody, like, yeah, that is cyber stalking. That is textbook cyber stalking. But yeah, this person went through the trouble of not only recording the event, but hosting it online, generating a QR code, and making laminated posters that they could put everywhere. Hell hath no fury like a woman's scorn. Exclamation mark fish. Anyway, I think I've gotten through what I wanted to get through today, and my power hasn't gone out. What are we feeling like, chat? I'm kind of 50-50 on whether I want to fire up Valheim or not. I don't think enough of the crew is here for Helldivers, and those are basically the only things I feel like playing at the moment. Or we could call it a night. We could call it a night early. What's chat feeling like? You want me to let you get to your weekend? Or do you want to Valheim? In the no map run. The no map run. Keep streaming. I need to remind Nero to message you a few more times. That is an excellent point. That is an excellent point. Play Dota. Not on your life, bro. Feeding cats. Hold on. LOL. I'm still here. Let's get this adjusted because I pushed this out of the way. Or in the way. Now I have to push it out of the way. While I'm transitioning to gaming mode, how about we hit a piss break? You know, an old BRB. Enjoy some tune skis. Hydrate. All that fun stuff. Because as much as I don't mind talking about the hard stuff, you kind of need a break from that. So let's take a break from that. Hit the old reset button on the heavy topics and play some Valheim. We back. I found some trolls. Killed a few off stream. So I have troll armor now. But the next part of this is I've got to get... Ooh, that's way too many. I need more storage. I have just enough for that. Entirely too much of that stuff. And I think I should cook more of this before I head out. I'm actually behind in tech. Anyway, Nero, what did you want to tell me? We're playing the cozy game now. I should update my category. Somebody's getting death by bees. Let's go repair my bees. You just need to hit a bee. Which bees were you hitting? Those. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. Okay. Grey dwarf eyes. Need to go in here. So do bones. And I need to make arrows. Any kind of arrows will do. But I don't need 0 arrows. I just need to ask you about the background for... Oh, okay. Okay. That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. I can be your background... dude. Need some fetas. And do I have enough? Oh yeah, I'm completely out of that. So we'll just go with this and just run pure fire arrows for a moment. Oh, hush. You can feel awful on your own time. Oh no. 100 is fine. What's the upgrade path for my pobs? I need 4. I do not have 4. I do not have the bench for it anyway. Alright, bench upgrades is... Okay, I need 4 of those. So I can't upgrade my shield yet, but I should have enough HP and regular armor that I should be fine to continue. I want to turn the day over. I don't want to start at night. That's not what I said. Don't worry. Eventually, I will need a favor. This is not free. Eventually, I will need a favor, and I will call it in. So don't worry. I need to hit the V key so auto pickup is off so I don't pick up junk on the way there. Like the junk this guy drops. Not everything. I have 0 fucking clue how your model works. Like, one day you're gonna have to show me how I can have, like... unzipping sound? Yeah, that kind of favor. Like, eventually I'll need to run VTS so that I can talk to people Like, I can talk to VTubers and not have just their Fugi on. Like, I think it would be cool if I were talking to you on my stream one day and I could have, like, your whole model. But I have no clue how to do that. Alright. So, what I want is that away. And also that away. I don't want to do a whole circle again. That took a lot of time. But I know I have 4 dungeons on the coast, and I might just want to go the long way around anyway. But I need to find a comfy spot to have a forest outpost. Well, I understand even less about how models work. I know they have bones. That's about it. Bones and deformers. Really? Okay. Ow. Fuck you. I know I got caught. Alright, we're gonna turn on the junk collector. Ooh, I got a bear trophy. Finally. Bear meat. And a bunch of shit. I don't need none of that. B key. Oh, hello. The dope show is great. I love the dope show. This might be a good base area for this side of the river. Yeah, I can remember how to get here. This is just, what is this direction? This is just directly west of the bridge. I can remember that. It's a big clearing. You can't miss it. Sploosh. Who splooshed me? Hi, bud. I don't want to try to block logs yet. There we go. It was the daddy-daughter dance. That's why you missed that one stream. Did you just now remember that? That's kind of funny. Tin ore. Yeah, we'll pick up tin ore. That's actually useful. Those are useful. And then I'm going to mark that I've been here. Okay, but how many bees do you have? Waifu, you have a pretty one-track mind. I actually don't need feathers. I need to keep my pockets open. Blink. Nero is who redeemed Sploosh. This is a very oddly shaped forest, and I'm having a tough time staying inside of it. I need blueberries. Auto pickup on. Auto pickup off. Idly, we simply can't leave till we get some more wood. I love that too much. Or maybe the correct amount. Ooh, another big clearing. All right. I thought Waifu had 2 tracks. I've been here. Huge tracts of land. I need leather. Dang it. But what I don't need is the meat. Interesting. Let's just switch to the pobs for general mayhem. There's a pig in that water. It felt like last time I couldn't get out of the forest, and now I can't get into it. There it is. Quiet you. Yeah. Man, it's almost like these fires are conveniently spaced to keep up my rest bonus. Wild. What a coincidence. Yeah, there's the big part of the forest over there. I need one good crypt. I would like two. I have 4 to look through. We'll see what my RNG is at. Because once I can enter the Bronze Age, progress should pick up. Though, Iron Gate has made the Bronze Age take longer, which is crazy because it was already one of the longer ages. And it's why I'm rocking the combat alternate weapons and armors. Because I'm not mining for my weapons. Hello. Well, I'm glad I rested, buddy. One thing about the Loggy Boys, though, is they're very predictable. I almost didn't do that. Alright, can I block this? I can, barely. Alright, the ads are late. That's good. Troll ass. That's useful. That's useful. We'll put that in there. I don't need those right now, and they're plentiful. They're taking up space I don't need. Or, they're taking up space that I do need. Haha, you miss. You did not miss. I dropped my block too early. There we go. That was fun. Huge tracts of land. I remember coming through here unrested, being rained on, and cold. It should be much easier now. I think this is my house now. I'm pretty sure that's the case. 5 wood. Turn auto pickup back on. Oh, it was on. I bet I have a ton of junk. Is that... I think I found something I need. Oh, we might be in luck. Actually, that needs... Yeah. And then I just need some rudimentary roof pieces. For both... I think the fire is actually sheltered. So that means I only need a few... covering the workbench, and then we're Gucci. Yeah. I think we might be here for a little bit. Found family or something. Because I'm pretty sure that's a crypt over there. Let's confirm that before I put down too many roots. Oh yeah, sure is. Dude, one of my friends just launched EVE Online. What? Don't need that. Don't need that. These can stay here. These can stay here. These can stay here. Oh. Hey, bud. That's a 1-star. Let's get in there. Oh. There's something in there. Oh, that's a good score. That's at least a portal. Leave the feathers. Okay, what about... Definitely stuff over there. We have enough for a forge. Don't feel rested anymore. That's fine. Don't need it in here. Pearls. I actually need to go back past the original path. I missed something in there. There was a way up. Must have been the other door first. Yeah, down here, I believe. No, it wasn't that way. Actually, I'm pretty sure I didn't miss that. I meant to tell Nero something, and now I've forgotten what it was. Darn it. Alright, what's my haul? 8? 8 is... almost enough. I have to go back and make sure I didn't miss anything here. I'm forced to now, because if I can get even one more core out of this place, I will have a magic number of cores. I think this is the place I thought went up, but it's actually not that tile set. Yeah. I feel cold. There it is. I'm glad I put those torches down. That was actually kind of hard to see. Alright, so that's 8 cores. The rest of these are super stackable. That I won't be running into. Won't need rocks in there. Time to find the next one. So that's going to be alternate HQ. I hate when they play around. That's just slowing me down for no good reason. One-star poison, dude. Alright. AI moment. There we go. Oh, that's a big loggy boy. That skeleton is shooting at things. There's another crypt. I only need one more core. It would be nice to get 6. All Alright, I need a junk corner in here because I picked up junk. Everything else is fine. This is the one that goes up. Alright, that's 3 more. That's half of what I need out of here. I don't need feathers. Do-do-do. Do-do-do. You know, they've done a study that suggests that humans prefer to turn counterclockwise when given options. Oh, please don't be a micro dungeon after teasing me. All right, that's 4 more. I need 2 more. I got 3 more. 4 more. Sweet. Oh, we've got extras. Excellent. Don't need that. Lots of treasure. Love to see it. And it, yeah, plenty of mushrooms. Plenty of space for mushrooms. Punched him for over 100 damage. And that's a dead end. So I have 16 cores total from these two. That's pretty good luck. That's pretty good luck. So we'll go back to that secondary fortress and then figure out what we want to do. Because we have some decisions to make. I avoided getting wet. Big W. I can start picking those up. And this. Day 15. Alright, I keep hearing skeletons over there. There might be a thing. Oh, that's a troll. Oh, would you quit that? Fighting troll good. Fighting troll with ads bad. Also full inventory. Alright, what do I want to take? What do I want to leave behind? These are obviously takes. The bear shit doesn't matter. I can get that wherever. The bear shit doesn't matter. That's useful. Got the treasure. That's stackable. I need to find a way to take these. I have a feeling I'll be back here eventually. Oh, torch I don't need. We can keep the trophies. That's enough for a fire. Yeah, I want to put a portal here, but there's no quick way to get enough fine wood to do that at the moment. And I don't know that there's enough copper around here to try to set up shop here immediately. So what we're going to do is head back in to the main base. Which I believe should be like a straight shot this way. Hi, sweetheart. I can't hear you. Alright, that's the mountain. I keep hitting this mountain. Need to figure out the geography of the mountain. There's a ton of copper out here. Oh, and there's another crypt. So if I hug the mountain, I find a crypt. That is a tall mountain for this early. A whole song about spitting. We love it, chat. How close was this to that meadow I found earlier?
That one?
No, not quite. But this is the second meadow. So really, the first meadow I found should be this way. Barehanded. Now I'm barehanded. Waka waka. Wish Noodle was here to hear that one. No, I didn't find early axes. Is this the same maypole I found within a few minutes? It might be. With the lean-tos? Yeah, I've been here before. Yeah, this is the meadow. So if I go this way... Yeah, I found the edge of the mountain again. Lots of large rolling meadows. Alright, that's some part of the shore I need to be at. I don't know if it's exactly where I want to be. But it's part of it. I want to say... I might have overshot. We'll figure it out. Do, do, do. Oh, yeah. Okay. I did overshoot. I should have gone around the mountain on the left. I instead did it on the right. That's a bear. It's a regular bear. Barely had to try. He was wiggling.
What?
That was a wiggle bear.
Seriously. On their back.
Yeah, that mountain is my main navigational trip up on this island. I heard big footsteps. Uh-oh, that looks like rain. Yep. About to lose my rest bonus. That's nasty. But I see meadows over there. Shouldn't be long. Ouch. Now I remember not to cross this river. Gotta see. Gotta be better at using this mountain as orientation. It'd be really fucked if there was more than one mountain. That would be peak, actually. Twin Peaks, even. Stormy, stormy, stormy. Yeah, if I had successfully navigated, I'd be there by now. And this is new, which is a problem. That secondary island is so big. Alright, what do I actually need out of this? What's the easiest to replace? The rocks, really. But this is too valuable. Ooh, that's problem. Hurry up. Look at that Chad up on his hill. If he had heard me and come down while my back was turned, that would have been it. That would have been it, chat. Wet, unrested, surprise loggy troll with my back to the water. That's a bad time. Now I need Grey Dwarf Eyes. That's suddenly become a resource I want a lot of. Hey, I found one of my houses. Yeah, I need stone for that. But what I really want is these Grey Dwarf Eyes. Oh, that's not protected enough? You're kidding. There we go. Get some rest bonus while I'm in here. I don't have enough wood for a door. I stopped resting. Somebody showed up. Fine. Door. Oh, wow, I caught a bike. Happy Juneteenth. Oh, man. Disco lemonade. Alright, I'm rested. Also, Eek here is ready. I am cold and wet. Ooh. Stopped raining finally. That's a lot of them. That deer broadsided me. That is an angry troll. Well, I've definitely been here before. I'm worried that might be that one star bear. But it was a rock. I definitely took a wrong turn at Albuquerque.
House.
Yeah, nice house.
Nice fortune.
Let's try not to take shortcuts this time. Yeah. I started going the right way and then looped back on myself. I knew I should have taken a right. Well, there's that copper I didn't know was here. So there is some near that abode. Oh, wait. I'm an idiot. I need to go back to the abode. And farm. Oh, boy. Come on, I need Grey Dwarf Eyes. Oh yeah, he heard. Grey Dwarf Eyes, Grey Dwarf Eyes, more Grey Dwarf Eyes. I only need 10 total. I have 8. Ooh, that might be it. Sweet. Alright, I've got a portal there. And all I have to do when I get back to the house is put down another one, and I will have a quick travel between here and there. And then I can be more free to get lost. Well, in a roundabout way, we got what we wanted. Which is a portal at that location. That way it's actually a secondary base. I need to pay attention to relative distance, because... First of all, this is a lagoon. Not a lagoon, a bay. This is a bay. And it was basically a straight shot that away. Because the house is closer to that route. It's closer to the east. And going away from the house is west. So it should be through there. I'm gonna turn the Spotify up just a little. Nice sunset. Or was that the sunrise? Sunrise. There's the house. Yippee! I'm going to catch fish. So this side of the island's narrow, because on this side of the island, it's hard to find a forest that's big. But on the other side of the island, it's hard to get out of the forest. And I can't even see that imposing mountain from here. That might be it, actually. Need to carve some paths through trees so I can see things on the horizon. Home sweet home. A CB long neck. It's not time to burn it down, no. Probably time to get a boat, though. People are shooting fireworks already? Funny. Or is it because of what today is? That would be even more funny. Yeah, who knows? Fair. I have enough for 2 processors. Now I just need the rocks. Ooh. I'll need a treasure chest of some description. Almost there. Oh yes, it's all coming together. Oh, y'all are full again. I'll need a second food chest while I stock up on your nutrients. Yeah, it's a good bee farm. Damn it! Sploosh. I need a whole stack of rocks. I'm just imagining the holding the bee and just the whole song is bee. All right. So do I just do that or do I expand the house this way? Well, for now, we'll just have the processors where they're convenient, but it's looking like I'm going to need another build. These first few trips for copper are going to be awful. They're going to be awful. Just get a boat. Yeah, that's the hard part. It'll be a lot easier once I have one. But that comes with its own navigational challenges. Like, half the reason I'm getting lost is falling into, like, kind of a relaxed state and not paying attention to the distance I'm putting on or the direction I'm going. That's a huge problem with the boat. Don't do that. Ship fucking hates me. Like building lighthouses? Mm-hmm. Oh. Where are you? Oh, he sees me. Maybe he can help me mine some of this. Oh. Ow. Why am I health so low? Oh well, I'll just change tactics. This is actually pretty efficient. Man, you do a lot of damage. Yep, over here, big boy. How rude. Over here, dummy.
Thank you.
Ooh, you're so good. Yeah, who's a big boy? You are. Who's a good boy? Who's a good boy? Who's a good boy? Oh, he fell over.
Let him find.
Eh. That's 10 copper. That's enough for a forge. This is why we can't have nice things. I disagree. Already had 2 copper. Ooh! I need those Grey Dwarf Eyes for the next portal. Okay, how much copper do I actually need?
All of it.
This is just not enough. I won't be able to carry enough. So I might as well mine until I'm full.
30.
Yeah, I'm trying. Cardi is a huge buff. There it is. If I could squeeze in one more. Yes, 20. That'll do, pig. Finally entering the Bronze Age. It's almost 20 days in. In a map run, I will have the Bronze Age in about 4 to 7 days. I don't feel rested no more. But yeah, the first upgrades absolutely need to be mobility. So it's going to be forge straight to nails. I kind of want that copper or that coal I got rid of. But at least it's in a safe place. Almost a full stack of that. Alright. Oh, coal will be easy because I stocked up. There, that's 100 coal. And while these are going, I need to go get some more wood. Alright, we can replace at least one of those wood stacks now. And I need to get my rest bonus back. Actually, I should be able to just... Yep. Accelerate time. Fucking time wizard. All right. House is definitely going to have to get bigger now. I need wood and stone. Oh, wait. I can portal. I'm carrying too much. That's very philosophical. There we go. Quick travel. There's some stone. But what I need is some wood. Now we're getting somewhere. Yeah, that's what I need. Hmm. That's a pickle. Yep, house just simply has to get bigger. In the meantime, we're gonna make it fit. Alright, I can craft bronze now. I can craft nails now. Boy, that's a lot of things I can craft now. I just need a... see... Heart of the Forest is increased health regen, which sucks. Bronze Pendant is stamina regen. Which is better. And I need... I have more than enough copper for that part of it. Yeah, I need 4 more copper and 2 more tin. And then I can start working on the boat. The closest tin is going to be over here, because despite the portal, that's not the closest 10, because I can't take it back through the portal. Switch to these and kill any boar or deer on the way. Did one just spawn here? Sounded like it did. Fog's coming in. Because of course it is. Man, he just died. Oh, that's the rain. I should actually get enough tin to, like, fill my pockets. Or at least get these 4 nodes, whichever comes first. All right, this is looking much better. $16. Oh. Okay. Sometimes the biomes cross over. Ah, I hear my seagull brothers. Time for murder. I couldn't decide how to kill the neck. Oh. You, however, have something I want. When I don't miss. Silly fog. We'll just keep you here for now. Break you. Those will finish up. How's my food looking? I actually don't have a lot of deer meat at all. And this basically needs to be cooked. That's reserve, really. But I did just hear something pleasant happen. There we go. And I need to get 4 more. And turn that all into nails. What are the other ingredients? 20, 10, and 30. I need 10 more fine wood. Okay. How much do I need for a bronze axe? Or am I going to... Ooh, I need 16 for that. I do not have 16. So in the meantime, I'm going to find a rock. Come on. There we go. Excellent. Ow. Does this one have easier? Oh, yeah. It's 2 of them. Excellent. Note to game developers. Hardness is something you should really think about when you implement it. Because smashing logs into each other like that is probably not how you should let me be doing this. Woody-doo. I hate how variable that is. I literally need 1 more. Do I have any fine wood furniture at all? Oh, wait. Yes, I do. Through here. Boom. Played with his new pet till he broke it.
Oh. A while ago.
Sorry. I thought it was funny regarding my pet logs. Aw. I'm encumbered. I think it's 20? It is. I need to get rid of 5 pounds of rots. Alright, alright, alright. Come on. Fine, we'll do this the other way. A lot of tin. I guess I could get my cooking going. There we go.
Bodhi.
Bodhi is made.
Yay!
Just take it back to the house.
And fog. And fog.
And then I'm gonna call it a night after I get Bodhi home. Lots of progress today. Bodhi McBoatface. I am carrying too much. Time to redo this. Hopefully, that doesn't set anything on fire. Look, Ma, I'm cooking. I might step into the trap that is Queen's Jam. But that is for tomorrow's episode of Dragon Ball Z. Until next time, chat. Oh, that's like a 4-hour stream. That's a bit long for me. Been a good day. Good night, everybody.